Hello, and welcome back. We started a bit earlier today. I would have started even earlier if I knew I was able to start earlier. Because the flatmate is not here at the moment, and yay. Means I can be a little bit more freer about when I start and shit. I would have, again, like I said, I would have started much earlier if would allowed for it. But you know. Hello. What's this? That's weird. Don't know why that happened, but oh well. Alright. So we're back at it again. A lot has happened since we last did our stream. So cool things have happened this week. I'm really happy. We've had the release of the current update. We had a bunch of good immediate feedback that I was able to act upon, get some stuff fixed. So, yeah, I think you can come off now. A bunch of immediate feedback that we worked on and fixed. A few things. Then we also had someone actually streaming the game and playing it. And from there, a lot of other people have played it now as well. So I have oodles of information available to me, a bunch of crash reports as well. I'm a little upset that I even let things like that come through. That was something that is disappointing to me, but it is what it is. However, so I'm going to show this. This is my little list that I wrote. I've mostly gone through a few of these already, but this is our little list that we have for things that I've noted down from watching people play and the responses that I've gotten and stuff, as well as just general things that I was thinking while watching and handling things. So there's a couple of these that I'm like, they're not essential, but I got a reminder that I probably should do something about them soon. So, let's go through. Tooltips need to be cleaned up. This was a big thing that I was hearing on a fairly consistent basis, is that, in fact, the main feedback I have gotten about the game is that the sprites, animations, a lot of the character stuff, all of that's really good, which kind of weirds me out because that's the thing I hate doing the most. But a lot of that's really nice, but at the moment, stuff like the UI is a little bit too bare minimum, and I'll agree with that. I mean, a lot of it's still kind of its early stages, and we've not really done any massive overhaul updates to improve upon it, which is something I do need to be getting in contact with the person working on the UI properly to just sit down and actually talk about that and see where they're at, see what needs to be done on my end, and if I should be a lot more involved in the process. Because it's... They're also they're doing it as a hobby-esque thing where they're doing it in just a little bit of free time if they have it available, whereas I'm not, so the stuff I can do is significantly more. However, the fact that the UI is holding back the game a lot at this point is not good. I have a lot of function systems in the game that need to be used and haven't been because they need to be implemented to the UI. So that is something that's very clear at this point. One thing I was noticing as well, so Gura, she's got two things on this list that I need to little smacks to her system. I think, so the first one here is her, I believe it's her passive, which is when you're moving, you gain additional movement speed. When you hit the cap of stacks, you get a little wave around you that deals damage. The problem is, I think the clarity of this was really poor. I think the size of it is extremely small, and I think the damage, I don't know about the damage. I'm gonna raise its area, raise its damage by a smidge, and make it a lot more clear, and we'll go with that. However, while I was looking at it, I do believe it needs a higher punishment rating. So what I mean by this is decay rate, and when standing still, and loss when getting hit probably needs to be raised. So that was something I definitely noticed. Down here, I'm just going to quickly jump to this because we are talking about Gura. Red Gura was, Reflection's effect seems to be way more consistent than I thought it would be. Again, I want to stress there's a bit of a disconnect with the design here. That's a problem that I saw a lot across the board. This isn't the only character that got had this kind of effect to them. Is that originally the game was designed more around like being 100 enemies per minute kill rate. Now at the moment it is triple that. So therefore, kill amounts like what Gura's is, which is like, is really, really low for a fairly decent duration. I want to keep the duration the same, but I think the kill amount needs to come up. Now, so going from that, there's a lot of character balance things that I've noticed. There's a couple of weapon balance things, but those are kind of overall general ideas. But one of the big things we'll get to is that I do think that there is a lot of problems with how enemies are in the game. But again, that's a bit further into this list. So if we come back here, we've got better feedback around bosses. I like how bosses spawn somewhat. I think there needs to be a little bit more of a fanfare around it. I think once we get more music for the game, there definitely needs to be boss music. So that will be a big thing. But I do think that like when a boss dies, there's just pretty much no information available to the player about that. In fact, I had, again, I mean this with the utmost like love and care to the situation. The guy playing it on stream isn't exactly the most stellar at understanding what's going on, which always confuses me because they like complex and difficult things in games, but they're also not capable of recognizing that. Like they're very just do stuff, but then they want complex things and complain when it's not got complexity. So it's like, this is something I see with a lot of people that play games, is that they think they're a lot better than they are, even if they say they're not. And they think like one or two things needs to be more or less, when like if it wasn't, you'd be in up shit's creek without a paddle. So, but I do think there needs to be a bit more clarity with that. Better boss spawn logic as well. I noticed this is something I've never actually tested myself because we never really tested proper boss spawning. I have a simple solution to this. We will implement that probably today. But yeah, one of the big issues was bosses were spawning outside of the map. So that'll be a fix. That'll be something we fix. The next little thing that I thought of, because I was getting asked what was it made in, I do think I need to add a credits thing to the game. Even though technically at the moment it kind of just tells you that it's Game Maker because the logoing and stuff, because I haven't manually added any logos. We could probably start doing that today as well, because we do have the ones that we've used for the project in other spaces, so we can toss those in. Now this is what I was kind of talking about here earlier. So improvements to power levels across the board. There's a few statements on it throughout this, but this is one of the big ones, is that enemies Baseline enemies, I don't think it's a problem. Enemy scaling, I think, is extremely low, and it needs to come up a lot. Because what I was seeing, and what I've been kind of seeing and hearing from general, like, thoughts and stuff, nothing like, this isn't them saying it, it's them saying stuff and me noticing stuff in what they're saying. You can beat the game with one weapon pretty easily. This is the time where I need to be able to crack down on balance, because I need to set the standard for what the game will be moving forward. So while I love the idea of working on the bosses and stuff like that, this is stuff that needs to be targeted, so when we do big updates with bosses, we can feel a little bit happier about it. Now, I'm going to be doing some of this on the current branch, because I'm expecting there's a good chance, if I go really hard at it, next week we'll be able to release the next patch and we will be able to have a second boss. That will be my hope. My aim is, in the next couple of weeks, to have at least 5 bosses in the game, 2 hard ones and 3 easy ones. And it will cycle through those. And it will be consistent cycling, it won't be a randomization. But like, that's kind of my aim. And that will be when we release the next like mid-scope update. It's not going to be the completion of the roadmap update that I said, where like we add a lot of bosses. Again, my aim for that is to have a lot more, like 20-30 bosses. So I expect it to be a fair bit ways out. But I do think enemy scaling in general, that needs to be raised quite heavily. And then I have looked at the boss base stats a lot, and I think I need to redefine what the expectation is for those, because I'm going to be honest, if a player that's not playing very well, or very optimally and stuff like that, can kind of accidentally kill it off screen, there's a problem, is the simple thing. My immediate thing that I want to do is probably raise armor a little bit and raise health significantly. And this is all base values I'm talking here. Because at the moment there isn't any scaling to the bosses. Which there's an argument that will impact it, right? As I'll probably add scaling to bosses and that will drastically raise how much power that they get. But that's the big thing. Then we have these two here. This is already fixed. I have a fix for this, and it is in the Git. It was one of the last things I pushed. Turns out I screwed something up, and this impacts a lot more than I thought. This is potentially going to fix a lot of the crashes as well that people were having, because so I can actually show this really quickly. If we go to the player object, there's this system here. This is kind of when I pause the game, it will handle a lot of things, right? So this is our global time pause array that gets used for a lot of things. And what we have here is basically a cleanup system for when they stop. The problem is, I didn't stop some when the room transitions. So what I've literally done is taken the stop system and added it here. So if it's outside of the room, it will do this. There is some catch stuff that I want to add to this and clean it up a little bit, but that was basically the issue. This was also leading to cooldowns being way better than they were supposed to, because cooldown rate is also something. I don't think I actually have it fully visible here. I think it's actually in room start. Yeah, so collection rate, cooldown ticks, and health regen We're all getting pushed, but not getting purged. Not correctly and not consistently. In fact, it's actually more of a surprise that I've not noticed this earlier. Because this is it doesn't always catch it, but it can catch it sometimes. So it means that we've been very lucky, which means that we didn't notice there was a problem there. But that will have resolved a lot of issues that exist in the game. Here's one that I saw that was actually a really good point made by someone. So someone asked, basically said, hey, this character feels really strong. They explained to me, so after inquiring, hey, what do you mean by too strong? They told me all the things that they thought were really good about the character, and I'm like, okay. From that list that you've given me, this thing, I think is fine. I think this is what I want for this character. This thing, I don't know if I agree with that being the case. I don't think that's that should be the way it is, if it is. And then like one or two other things, right? And I went through it and I basically realized, yeah, the design of Booby was always supposed to be a high-risk, high-reward character where you get a lot higher power for the fact that you're taking away control of the player, right? Because he has his movement thing. He has his dash that he gets from his basic attack. So what ends up happening is, like basically the complaint that I was hearing is it's like he's got too much movement, and he's got too much healing. And I'm like, the movement's fine, because the movement's hard to control. If you're really good with him, it's great, awesome. If you're not, then it becomes a problem, right? That's how he's supposed to be. It's supposed to be you get punished for not being smart with him. He gets a lot of iframes as well. Like, again, you want to be risky with his movement. So to compensate for that, his kit has inherent healing. However, it's not supposed to be very good. It's supposed to compensate a little bit, but not basically mean you're fine. That was the problem that I was seeing, is that they were saying, like, I'm healing a lot, and I'm like, that's not good. So this has already actually been smacked. This is, again, one of the things that I have pushed through already for, it's slated for the next update. I have lowered the amount of healing he gets from his passive? Is it his passive or is it his ability? No, it's his ability. Yeah. The crown. So I've lowered how much healing he gets, and I've raised how many kills he requires to get to the healing. I think it's 100 now, whereas it used to be 50 before. So he's going to heal significantly less. However, he's still going to have that in his kit. If I still think that's too much, we'll see about it then. Now, this was one that I kind of have thought about for a while, but I just, like, thought about as well, the thing. The targeting indicator. So we have it in the game. It points towards your mouse. And points in other direction stuff. I'm thinking I want to add a bit of a soft swing to it, so it drags to its location a little bit, which, again, as it says here, this will only really affect high DPI and auto-targeting, because that's the issue I have with it, is that if I set auto-targeting, it snaps constantly to all of these different, like, areas. So I'm going to probably put a delay on its retargeting for auto-targeting, but I'm also going to add a little bit of a swing to it. Those are the two little things I'm going to do to the targeting cursor. Or the targeting indicator. Those I'm not sure we're going to get to today. We'll see how everything else goes. Boss kill count. This, I think, needs to be added in, like, pronto. We'll definitely be adding that in pretty much immediately. The rule I'm going to have for this is it's just going to, basically, when you have, after your first kill of a boss, it's going to display how many bosses you've killed, and out of how many you need to kill. So you have a bit better of an understanding of what you need to win. Rampant improvements. This is something that I've talked about a few times here and there. There is a huge change I want to do to Rampant that's going to mostly be visual. and just clean up for his mechanics. This one is one of those ones where I was like, I do need to start working on this soon, for reasons. Now you might go, what the hell is, hashtag. That is something that I don't want to talk about yet. That's on the spoiler side of things. Just know that it is a collectible, but it's also it's a cosmetic collectible thing. That's all you need to know. Improve clarity at the end of the run. This is something I really noticed a lot of people mention, is that like when you win, or when like winning, losing, all these things, it's not very clear. It do be a thing. So that's something that definitely needs to be approached, is that like the clarity at the end of the run. One of my considerations I actually have is that we move away from what we currently have. So what the current system is that it switches to a different room at the end of the game, and that's what happens, right? Is that the game ends and you're good. I'm thinking it shouldn't be too obscene to do this, but I'm thinking what we're gonna possibly do is add in more of a Soulstone Survivors approach, where it's a bunch of UI stuff that comes up over the game room, and the game kind of keeps playing in the background somewhat. So if you die, you'll see that you've died and things are still moving. If you win, the room gets cleared and you have a moment of reprieve. So there's those approaches. Now, the next bit here, so player base power might need to be lowered in some cases. I've noticed, so one of the complaints I heard was that it's really hard to lose. And I agree. I 100% agree. The problem is that currently the characters are balanced in a way because, to give an idea, I think I've mentioned this a little bit, the player's not actually supposed to have, like, much in the way of stats. You're gonna rely a little bit on meta progression for your stats. Do I think you should be able to win a run the first time you play through? Yes. I do believe you should be able to win a run. Do I believe you should guarantee winning the run? No. So player stats might need to come down a little bit in some cases. However, my statement on that's also very tentative because we're intending to raise the power level of enemies. So I don't want to pincer move this situation. I want to raise the enemy power before I really hit a lot of players. But I do think there's one or two player characters that do need a slight slap on the wrist. Gura's health, I think, needs to come down a little bit. But I do think that we need to start actually applying base armor to characters. Like having them have an armor value that they attribute to themselves. So that's going to be a big thing. Lower value for upgrade weighting. This is going to be very confusing. I've talked about this a few times and shown it on stream a little bit. This is a system that is, when you roll for upgrades, it will prioritize in a specific order based on what you can actually upgrade. I'm going to lower the weighting of that a little bit because I think what I'm seeing is that you very consistently will get, for like the first few shops, your ability and passive and your weapon and item. Like those are basically guaranteed always in your first 4 shops as your only things in the shop. And that I think is not acceptable. So that's something I can slap pretty easily. We've tried a few different systems with it before, so we can easily kind of approach that. Better combat clarity. Better combat clarity is something that... This is one that is a difficult kind of concept, because by adding more information available to the player during combat, I raise the chance of overloading the player. So we're already at a point where I think there's a little too much stimuli that can occur, especially once you start stacking weapons and effects and stuff like that. It will become more and more difficult. So there's an argument right there of what might need to be done. That's why, so in short, if you see a question mark like this, it means that it's really, really like, do I need to do this? Should it be done? We'll see. Boss EXP, we have talked about this before. Currently, they don't give any. I think they should actually give some more. I've thought about it, and I've given myself a ruling that when I do it, I'm going to give it a base value, so it should appear red. EXP pickup sound soft stacking. One of the suggestions, this is something that we did have at one point, but it did not work well, and I kind of want to reapproach it. EXP sound stacking. Currently it doesn't. It will repeat the moment one has finished, but it doesn't stack. And that's because if you have a sound stacking but don't smack it hard to lower its sound thing, it will just stack the sound and raise the volume to a point that makes it really hard to hear. And it can actually lead to deafening situations. So in the past I've tested it, I think we even had this on stream a few times. If I would have the sound and I picked up like 5 or more EXP, it actually would distort the sound because of how bad it gets. So there's a few ideas I have towards it. Boss kill requirement raised. Again, this is one of those ones where it's got a question mark, because once we raise enemy scaling, potentially this would not be a wise idea to raise this. I think bosses are spawning too quickly and too easily. Again, the gameplay loop is aimed to be a 10-minute average, so under 10 minutes is great. I'm seeing 5 minutes average at worst. So something needs to be done. Like, badly, something needs to be done. Next one. This one's a little bit more of a softer idea that I can play around with a little bit. So I was hearing some statements that, like, the games... Okay. Going back to the person that played it on stream, they mentioned that it's like, oh, the game's not very difficult. And it's like, yeah, but you're also playing on the lowest modifier setting. They played it on the higher one and they started enjoying it a lot more. That is the point. The modifier system is supposed to be an opt-in, opt-out idea, where it raises how much power you can get, but it also increases how much negative effects you can get. That is something I'm not going to change, and it is completely a choice-based situation, because sometimes you get home from work and you just want to boot up the game and play a simple run, and then sometimes you want to go into the hardest difficulty sort of situation. I want to keep that, and I want to stress modifiers are a choice thing. There's not going to be any, like, one thing you might go, it's like, well, will you add like more EXP based on higher modifier? No, I will not. Why? Because there's modifiers that give you more EXP. Roll them if you want. That is what will happen. So that is the thing for them. But do I think that some of the values for like their picking values could come down for the negative ones? Yes, I do think they could come down, so Some of them are a little bit more frequent, and some can stack a bit more aggressively. I think that's something that I should do. Now we get into kind of just bug reports that I've actually gotten, like straight up people have sent me to via DMs, so very thankful for that. There was an issue with one of the assists, and I have a feeling that I know what it was, because I think Vox's EX and his assist are very much the same, but I don't think I updated the assist when I updated the EX. So it means that there's certain things that might be missing. In short, I think I need to do a pass on all EX and assists again, because we do need to add in EX amp and assist amp, because currently Mouse is the only way to get any of those amps. She gives assist amp with her ability, I think. Is it her? No, it's her passive that gives it. But at the moment, that literally does nothing. It's only gives healing amp, which is still a really good passive, but hey. Now, this one I think has been resolved with fixing this issue here we talked about earlier with the way the time sourcing did. I think that issue has been fixed. I'll need to check. This one though, I do think I'm missing a couple of things still. So since we're doing bosses a lot at the moment, this will be something that keeps in mind. Now, will I acknowledge that we've just spent 30 minutes going through a list of like notes that I've gotten? Yes, but that's because it's important to like value what people have given me in information. Because simply put, I can only do so much with this game. You guys are like, you people playing it and all that, you're how I actually can improve the game. And you should be rewarded for that in the best way you can. So as you can see there, anyone that actually knows that they've sent me a message knows that there are things on there. There is not a single thing that's been missed from people that have given me bug reports and people that have given me gameplay feel statements. I refuse to miss anything if possible, because it's very important to listen to these kind of statements at this stage. Do I agree with 100% everything that people have said to me? No, I do not. Again, the person that played on stream, there is a few things that he has opinions towards, and he admits to this very openly himself. He doesn't like Vampire Survivors-like games. So the fact that he even actually gave this game a shot and actually thought of it as positively as he did is a sign that I feel like I've done a fairly decent job. For a fairly early alpha. But it doesn't stop the fact that, like, yeah, well, I mean, still some of the things he said did have some legitimacy. So that'll be a big consideration. So yeah, it's for the stuff that I can actually work on myself, we're gonna just like be chunking through as much of it as we can, and just keep moving forward with that. But I do have to concern myself with something soon. Oh hey, you Pastel, how is it? Pastel, pretzel, girl not controlled by ants, whatever you want to be called. It's been a whole minute. Hope all's been well. So if you're wondering, by the way, the ants were unintentional. I see. But yeah, that list that I showed, I actually have it written. That was what I showed on stream yesterday, all my notes, for the most part. So I'm gonna work on the boss kill count thing now, I think, quickly. Do we? Yeah. Actually no, I will leave that one. It's gonna be a very quick thing to add, so I will leave it alone. So better bosses spawning. Actually, I want to work on that one. That one's a big deal. So what we need to do with that one is actually kind of simple. So currently this is what we have for the spawn logic. This is clearly not okay. This is what all it's doing is it's basically somewhere outside of the screen, which means that you can go up to the edge of the map and you have a chance of it spawning outside of the map, which is immediately a bad thing. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to get this. So how do I just have it spawn straight on top of you? Honestly, yeah, I should just do that, right? Sounds like a great idea. Spawn. Oh, that's pathing. Yeah. Pathing movement. Enemy creation. Okay, so here is how we kind of do this. Actually, a shadow appear above your character, then drops would be epic. I mean, there is a boss that's gonna have something like that, but I do not think it's incorrect. Skippable minigame music? What do you mean? How am I gonna do this? This music? The music that's playing at the moment. It's Fat Cat Swing. Sounds great. Why, that's the name of that. So I'm gonna yoink this. There we go here. So I'm gonna play around with this code for a moment or two. So what I need to do is, no, we do need to do it this way, okay. Spawner X. Do I have code for this? Where is it? Map parts, breakables. Yeah, it's this. So, breakable spawn. We need... this. And then as a cat, yeah. No, you got it right the first time, cat. So, okay. Take that, and then we take the chance value. No, that's not what I care about. Enemy scripts. Chance value here. And then grab that. So let's see, this lines up with this one, this lines up now with that one. And then we take this. Get rid of that. And break out of that. There we go. So that should be a much more cohesive system for how this is going to handle. So now I want to add a bit of a gap to this. I'm going to give it 200. So, to explain what I have now done with this, is we've changed it from being a random area that's just outside of the window to now using the spawner logic that we have for enemy units. So it will spawn inside of the map space, but it's going to spawn guaranteed quite a bit distance away from the player, very much using similar scripting as what we have for the breakables. The breakables cannot spawn on screen. So there you go. Now what we've also done is we've added it as a chance system, so it's like scaling up quite aggressively. So we're going to actually raise the amount that the chance increases by. So it has a chance of occurring pretty much like when it can. So I'm also going to give this a base of 10, so it can go from 10, 20, 30, 40, yada yada yada, until eventually it's guaranteed the boss will spawn. Now, by having this the way we have it, it means that if we do have more repeats, it's a chance it will spawn in a similar location, but not guaranteed. That is the big thing for it. Now I just got messaged something. Let's see. No. No, I don't think I agree with that. Do not agree with that at all. I'll message him later about that. Okay, so yeah, this is just a better boss spawning system. So that's good. Yeah. Doesn't know that he's using a really small image for something that's really large. But simply, I just got sent something of kind of like ideas for usage in certain things, and it looks kind of like a cool idea, but it becomes too noisy, like visual noise, and detracts from anything you're trying to read. There's a reason why I used grey blocks for a lot of the stuff so far. It's because it's, while it's shitty, at least it's readable around it. It just needs to be stretched correctly in some areas, but I will admit that we do need to replace it for some cases. I'm just gonna, okay, let me write a note for myself, quickly. There we go. Alright, I've written myself a note on some assets that I'll make later to just send them through to the person doing the UI so they can use those instead of whatever the fuck they're using. Like, so if I was to show this, right? So I'm just gonna make sure this is separated from anything else. I'm gonna show these, and I'm gonna explain my rationale behind the matter. So this is the first one that they've sent. Finally, this is opening up. So if we go to this, so this is supposed to be the pause, like at the beginning, I'm guessing, where you select. I don't know what the hell this border is that they're trying to do. I don't think that looks, I mean, it's very much not positioned correctly, so I don't blame them. And clearly this image is super shit res. I actually like how the buttons are sitting. This is looking a bit better if they're not just, as long as they're not just white. Also the spacing doesn't seem to be right, but that's fine. Because this detracts away from the original idea we had with why the lobby's the way it is. So if we just quick launch the game, and use this as an example point. Now, mind you, this is still nowhere near what I want as a kind of a final concepting of it. But what we'll see with how the menu is that with this, you kind of have, now this should probably be like non-visible / paused. I like this thing where you actually see the player here. This was always the big selling point to me, because I wanted this. I wanted you to come into the game and see what you're looking at. The game is there. There's no, like, menus are things that come in and not our go-to, if that makes sense. It's the same with the character select as it is currently, is that, like, this is still the same room. And all that. One of the biggest things you'll actually notice, though, that will get done once the lobby has been moved and changed, is that when we open up this area up here, which will be where the character select is, we'll no longer have this issue where, like, the mirror is over here. The mirror will be in the center. The room will be designed with that being the case. So that's a big deal to consider with this. But this is what I do think that the UI needs to kind of follow. I've said before, though, that I want it to be kind of like its corners. So if I go to paint, this is something I have actually sent them in the past, so I'm not going to bother sending them this. But the idea that it was, say, the box like that, that's the screen, it would be kind of like this idea. So you have gameplay here, and you have menu stuff here, and then you have logo here. Yes, it's a fucking Uno card. I'm not going to deny that it's an Uno card on its side. But that idea, that was always what I intended for the main menu. So this is not, no. It's also using the version of this that I had originally that's got the shitty, ugly cuts on it that haven't been cleaned up. And then the thing is, they've continued this. So this is the character select. This just doesn't look good to me. Like this. Also, these are stacking over. I'm sure that's just because it's in testing stages. But these are looking a lot nicer, but he's also forgotten something that I asked about, and I might as well just write that as a note to sort out myself. There we go. Right, so that'll be something I'll sort out later. But this is looking a little bit nicer, just in general, the kind of idea for it. So some things that will need to be done. This one, why? What's the point? So this is the, if we go back to the game, that's this. That looks so bad like that. So, I'm gonna explain now. Do you want to know why I'm looking at these and I'm so confused? This looks like a fucking shitty, like, option, a choice that the player can have to have a skin over UI. And it's just like promotional art from the game. This is not something you give them by default, but it's something that you can unlock. And I don't agree with this. I don't think it looks very nice. But I do think that, like, for example, here, this would need to be, like, more bold, maybe, or more visible, so the title is a lot more obvious versus the subtext. I mean, we also actually have it so now you can have italicized lettering, so potentially having the title italicized or something to make it more different, or the description to be italicized. These are things that I've enabled now that with the new text system that I added in. So there's actually a lot more options available. But no, I do not agree with those ideas. I think they're moved away from what originally was the point in a lot of cases. So I will endeavor to write down a couple notes to remind myself to send. How far are we in the stream? Because I'll just, like, send him a link to where we're at. We're like 50 minutes in. Okay, I'll set that up after the stream. Or I'll send him a link of where we're at. Alrighty. Oh. But yeah, so we've now got that one sorted out. Boss spawning. I don't even need to test that, by the way, because that's literally just ripped systems. So there'll be no issues. Or there shouldn't be any issues. If there is, then I'll know how to fix them pretty quickly. So I'm not concerned. And worst comes to worst, the only thing I probably really need to touch is the gap value. Ooh. One thing I wanted to do, well, so are we on the correct branch at the moment? Yes, I'm on new characters, cool, so the bosses have been changed. Boss list. So I'm going to look at this function, while also looking at player. I think it's actually in his character stuff, isn't it? Booby. No, I actually have it separate. Okay, F1. Yeah, so I do actually do that. So now collision tiles isn't a thing, but I believe player collision tiles. Doesn't that room start? Where is their value? With O player collision tiles. Now curious. You know, it is on the create. Man, I'm blind as fuck. I think I just reference normally from the controller, do I not? It's layer ID. Layer tile map get ID. So it's map ID. So in here, we replace this with O enemy. No, it's O controller enemy dot map ID. And then on the player thing, is this just a equals? Yes, it's just equals. Cool. Hey yo. So we change these to being var underscore x equal var underscore y equal. And now the boss can't go outside the map. So that solves a couple of problems as well. So the boss is going to feel a lot better now. How have I been? Admittedly, didn't have the greatest day yesterday because of IRL stuff. Came home and had a bit of a cry. But otherwise, yeah, no, been doing fine. Nothing too out of the out of anything comparison to yesterday. Didn't get as much work done either yesterday, so we're doing a lot more work today than I originally was hoping for. And it also turns out that I have a new extra little bit of list stuff that I'm getting from the UI person, because they've not done, they've not kept in the direction that we originally discussed with some things. So I'm going to have to make some new stuff to send them. Right, let's go smack Gura's stuff, shall we? And actually make that a little bit better. So, I'm looking for... just keep swimming and emergency splash. So I'm gonna have to pull up their actual things. So go, just keep swimming. God, this is a really shit ability, I'm gonna be honest. So where is, so it's this one, right? If moving, gain the value, so let's... Stat count is decreased by 2 now. stat count, if I do times 0.6, 0.75, go with that, so it's 3/4. When is my next stream? After today, it's, I take the day off on, Sunday, and then I'll probably stream again on Monday. So, not tomorrow, but the day after. I have schedules, on Twitter around this sort of stuff normally. But again, like, this is the end of the week, technically, for the streams. At the moment, the short answer is I basically take like 2 days off, one on my Wednesday and one on my Sunday. Today is Friday for you. Yeah, it's Friday for most people. Again, today is Saturday right now for me. It's Saturday at like nearly 9 AM. But for most people, it's Friday. The fun part of being in New Zealand and being one of the furthest time zones along the chain. I think like the Cook Islands are the only one that might be ahead of us. But in short, I'm used to living like easily 12 hours ahead of the majority of the world when they're talking. Like Europe is consistently the day after, the day before at the opposite time. So when it's AM, it's PM, yada yada yada. You're on the opposite side of me, I'm in Germany. Yeah, so you'd be basically just like near 12-hour difference, depending on daylight savings. It's between like 12 hours and 14 hours, I think. But yeah, that's something I'm very used to. There's a reason why I used to stream a lot earlier as well, because of that argument. It's why I used to stream at 5:30. It was much better. 5:30 in the morning was really, really good because it means that it's like just after lunch or after dinner for most Europeans, and I could keep going for a good fair few hours and not affect too many sleep schedules. But that's not really an option anymore. Well, we've got the flatmate that I have. Let's go smack upgrade waiting, shall we? So, what might be wondered about when I keep talking to upgrade waiting is some of the stuff in here. So what this is this is like equipped priority systems. So this checks if there is like available things, all that sort of stuff. And then here is the chance values getting implemented. So it goes through all of this and it goes through each array in order to see whether or not it should be doing certain things. So it's actually like a fairly cohesive system. The problem is here. So, okay, this is where we start getting into the more challenging parts of things. Is that it basically goes through and it rolls everything. I should probably clean this up at some point. I don't think it's quite right. But, so this is where I can hit this and this will immediately change the weighting of all of the things you'll see. So now, instead of it's 50-50, if you'll see each thing and then each thing is a progressive 50-50 coin flip, now I've made it 30%. So you're actually a lot more likely to see the back end things now. And you're probably going to see stats a lot earlier. which is something that what I was trying to avoid. So I'm gonna now, I don't think actually I have the debug for force enabling levels, do I? Have I enabled it? No, I have not. So let's re-enable it so I can just force some levels and see how bad it feels. If it feels good or feels bad. If it's still mostly like one item per shop of the kind of top list of things, I'm happy. Okay. Yeah, it seems fine. Now let's see what happens if I get the boss to try and come into the wall with me. Doesn't try at all, okay. I have 5 AM till 1 PM your time. Time to watch streams. Do be like that. Okay, so if it's colliding at all, it's not moving. So I might need to do something about how that collision is done. Good to know. So this part here might need to be changed a little bit. I mean, one thing I could do is shrink the collision mask a little bit. Make it more of a precise collision. But it'll still cause problems. There's a lot more variables to this. Let's have a little look at some of the other extra variables and see if one of those will fix the problem. So all we do at the moment is these two. Right, the number of steps to take, e.g. the number of steps to take is 5. Then every iteration, the instance will move the instance by divide equals 2 before checking collision. Default value is 4. Okay. The X component of the direction in which to move in case of a collision specifies 0 to use the default behavior, perpendicular direction to movement. Okay. Y component, same thing. The maximum speed the instance should move on the x-axis specify -1 for no limit, which is the default behavior. Okay. Oh, you can show that. I mean, what we could do is we could revert this, right? But I could do something else to it. So something that we'll probably have in here. It would be, so let's look at clamp for a moment. Yeah. X equals clamp X 0 and room width. So let's also give this a small bit of buffer. So we'll give this a 50 instead. And then room width minus 50. So if you stream on Monday, will you do the Poker Rogue stream? If I stream on Monday, it's probably going to be programming. Because typically, so this sounds really weird to say, but my days off tend to be me prepping a lot of stuff for my project, like art and shite. So when I stop streaming today and tomorrow, I'm going to be just doing art assets, which then I can implement on the Monday, or in this, so when I take my break on Sunday, I then can do programming on Monday, and the same reason why the Thursday stream is programming as well is because I take the Wednesday off, so I can do that. If I was to do it, it would be in the back end of the week. I can say that with certainty. It would definitely be like Friday or Saturday streams would be if I do Poker Rogue. Earliest I would do is Tuesday. But I don't really want to take like a full week to get back to Persona. Okay, so this clamp here should mean enemies don't go outside the room, is the idea. However, I should probably not have this here, actually. What we should do is have on the boss parent, because the boss parent does its own movement. So we'll have it at the end here. And then we have with the controller enemies, enemy handling. And we have it there. Good morning to you as well. Okay, so that's a nice little bit of clamping to ensure that nothing can go outside of the room, because that was an issue I was seeing a little bit. So that should improve some things. Ooh. So let's go hit enemy scaling, shall we? And actually bring that up a fair bit. So let's do some better math now. So when we do scaling, is it enemy creation that we have the scaling values off of? Get modify stats. That's the thing. Here's the scaler. Okay, I'm gonna need a calculator or two. So I'll put this over here. So the base value times the collective of these values. Plus 1, so it's always safe. So minutes, so let's So that's not going to change. Player level, though, is. Player level should probably increase most cases for enemies. Health. Let's see. Let's look at the enemy list. What is the... So I think the base values I'm fine with. It's the scaling that I need to improve. So this is health. This is how much it improves by per level. The player level. So this is how much times it gets. So at the moment, if we have got a player, so the enemy has, sorry, let's go. So we've got 1 minute in, so it's a half. And it's plus then after that? These are plus together? Yeah, they're plus together. So it's 0.5 plus, let's say we're level 30. So 30 times 0.01 equals 0.3. So at about a very slow minute, this would be 7 times 1.35. So that's, God, okay, so yeah, that's only 9. So after a minute, it's only this much HP. So we can probably, honestly, do that. And let's do the same for damage as well. Just minus one of these and bring it all up significantly. Keeping in mind that with Slimy, they've got no armor baseline, and the Usagi-san does. So I think that's something that might need to change. So let's turn this to having 10 armor and this to having 25. So armor is available. Because armor is percentage damage reduction. With diminishing returns. So that should make enemies a fair bit more tanky, but we might still need to improve that further. I mean, let's pull up the calculator, right? So using the same math that we had, 30 times 0.1 equals 3. So it would be after roughly a minute, it would be 7 times 1, 3, 4, 4.5. So that'd be at 31 health after the first minute. That's a lot higher. But to keep in mind, that's 30 levels of damage you've got. Like, that's 30 levels, so that could be 2 weapons maxed out. They're, like, as a potential, right? With extra support. Like, a lot of... Actually, no, there could be 3 weapons maxed out and, like, 1 or 2 items. I think that's fine. I think that's more than enough HP for now. Yeah, I think that's more than enough HP. We can see if that works out or not later down the line. I mean, we can also enable Usagi-san soon. Like, what would be the conditions? Just first boss? Or, like, we'd probably want to have, let's just write this down as a comment here. Time, first boss, spawn, first, shrine beaten. Say, like 50 seconds. Be after when that comes in at this stage. Seems reasonable. We also wanted to raise base boss values. So let's go here. So, keeping in mind we're probably going to give these scaling, but we're going to give it, like, all bosses would scale very linearly. Like, would basically make it so they would scale based on the fact of how many other bosses have been defeated is going to be the main thing. So they're not time or anything dependent. It's just how many bosses have you defeated is how strong the bosses are. I do think this can go almost double HP without being an issue. I think the armor, we were saying, can come up quite a bit, so let's give it 70 armor. This is a lot of armor. And damage... I'm going to give this another 10 damage. And I'm going to give this another 0.1 speed. I'm going to leave it at that. Now this one is going to, so this is the, Doggo, right? So Doggo is going to have a higher HP pool, slightly lower armor, so let's give it, 40 now. The damage is going to be a lot lower, yeah. The speed is going to be a fair bit higher. So I'm going to just give it a little bit more, and then we'll leave it at that. Welcome back. So this is probably going to be a bit more on the approach of how we have this. If not, we can see. Experience, right? We're gonna hit that. So baseline, we said that it was gonna be EXPs like minimum for thing. Experience. Was it? What was the value we have? I think it's on main, isn't it? No, it's not there. Drops. Look at scripts, because this is where I think I have some of the stuff. Hmm. 21. So give it like 25 experience for boss kill. Guarantees quite a lot of EXP if you kill a boss. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. So this one actually does have a passive. I'm gonna have to have some hold values for this. What I'm thinking for the what I'm thinking for this is I'm going to just make the damage double what the movement speed slow will be. And I'm thinking the damage can be 120%, and the movement speed slow can be 60%. Because I made this faster than any baseline player, I believe, or near to. So this thing's gonna be on top of you really quickly, and as its health gets lower, like, it will get closer to this kind of margin. Which means that, like, this will be slower than the majority of players by the end, but it's going to hit insanely, and because it has a range attack, that can be justified. Because that's the big thing, is, like, this was always intended for the design. Is it's supposed to have a ranged attack to compensate for the fact that it will eventually not be able to keep up with you. So let's give mod value equals 0. Because this will be the value we end up using quite a bit. So this can probably just be So we need to do this so it's increased based on missing health. So I need to that's I think that's the logic. Gonna continue watching till 11:30 AM your time, since I need sleep. Fair enough. We all do need sleep sometimes. I mean, I ended up going to bed a lot later than I was hoping for yesterday. I got too engrossed in watching some stuff. And just was really not feeling it, eh? Again, I'm not going to go too far into it, just yesterday was a very off day. It was related to that phone call I had on stream. Alright. Watch your stream so long. I got 4 hours of sleep, which is enough, but still not good. Yeah, no, that's not what I would recommend. Again, keep your own health and safety first and foremost when you can. I do not want to be the cause of any problems for people. Right, where is my list of what actually the boss is gonna do? Doggo with knife. Main attack, swipe in front, soul sword, fire an attack from its blade towards the player. So there's only actually one attack, one ability. So if I pull open one of these, priority cooldown funk. So priority is just 100 then. Cooldown every 10 seconds. I think every 10 seconds is fine for now. We'll see about it. Because it's going to be just a guarantee every 10 seconds fire this thing at the player. So it'll have some sprite changing. We won't worry too much about that at the moment. No. Because we'll just probably yoink some of this stuff somewhere else. So it'll just be var equals first I actually need to get var target equals nearest id.x id.y and then o player. So what was the command I'm looking for again? It's point direction. Thank you. id.x score id.y target.x target.y. Fine, I used to get 3-4 hours daily, but my roommate, co-worker, and family convinced you to sleep more and eventually listened. Usually get 5 to 6 hours. I honestly, like, that's what I was saying the other day, is that I used to get horrendously bad amount of sleep. I put in a fair bit of effort to change that at one point, and now I'm a lot better. And it really improved my life, but like I've done so much damage to myself by not sleeping anywhere near as much as I should have when I was a lot younger. Like it was something that really, it's done a lot of permanent health damage that I will never like be able to recover from, which is really not good. Oh, it's not a bullet. Yeah. Does this even have anything on it anymore? It does. Has all of that stuff. Yeah. The thing is, I used to work a lot of jobs after college because I couldn't find one, but eventually became an online teacher. Yeah, see, like that was kind of my issue, is that mine was, while I was still like back at high school, I was working part-time jobs and shit, and I hated school. I really did. I did not do good in constructed formats like that we had at school at the time. It was really bad for me. And now, so basically at the time I was hating school, I was working, so I didn't really give myself any free time, and then the free time I would have, I would spend playing games instead of sleeping. So I was miserable. Then when I left school and just continued working, I didn't really change that habit. All I did was I increased my hours of work and increased the amount of hours I played games. And then I would go party, I would go relax with other people like that, do all sorts of stuff, but I wouldn't actually rest. So I really did a number on myself with that one. So I'm gonna need to have this. Do have a simple thing. Didn't have many friends in high school and college, so I never went to parties. Neither did I. I just went to parties. That's the thing. I knew a lot of people. For good and bad reasons. So I would do a lot of dumb things when I was younger. I'm the textbook definition of I regret a lot of the choices I made when I was younger. Dude, I even drank at school. The groups, some of the groups I hung out with by the end were like the druggies and the people that would have sex at school, because they would at least like respect me enough and give me the space I wanted. So yeah, no, I didn't have exactly the smartest things going for me at that point. I was just studying, playing games, working out, having a comfy life. See, that's a good thing. That's what you should really do. Sure, it's good to be social when you're younger, and it's something I do recommend as often as I can, is to try and be sociable, even if you don't like it, because we've talked about this plenty of times. You learn more by doing something. If you hate something, learn it more so you know how to get through it faster and manage it better. Like that's the big thing I'll always stand by on that, and I don't think I'll ever detract from that. There's obviously that ruling kind of comes to a specific point of don't do something that's dangerous, but like when it comes to socializing, a lot of people don't like socializing. I hate socializing. I absolutely despise it. I'm hugely like introverted, dude. The fact that the most people I interact with by a long shot are via stream. I talk on Discord with people that I'm a admin on that Discord, and then like I have exchanged maybe 2 lines in the last 4 weeks with my flatmate. And those were literally just, how are you? I'm exhausted. How are you? I'm shit. And that was it. No actual dialogue, no nothing. And it doesn't help that like the best friend I have that I would normally chat with, I have reservations chatting with at the moment because I don't want to say something that I will regret. Because of real life things going on. The other friend that I hang out with every few days, and we just like play a few games, but can only play a little bit because he works night shift, so... And I can't talk with him when he's actually most active. Because he's most active before I would stream, and I can't talk with people before then because that was the rule that I made with the flatmate. Working night shifts in FNAF. Honestly, he would probably enjoy that more than his night shifts that he has now. Because there's less people to fuck him over. And he's less likely to physically fuck himself over as well, I swear to God. The amount of times that he gets like sick or injured is just concerning to me, because it's either like the workplace is really shit, or he's much more incompetent than I thought he was. Maybe it's somewhere in between, but you know, it is what it is, right? Did you know there are 3,000 animatronics in Disneyland? Honestly, that's insane if that is true. Like, that's a lot of animatronics. Holy shit. It's not too surprising though, actually. Like, thinking about it. Keeping in mind as well, like when you say 3,000, like that's progressive, right? They probably started with so many and then they keep adding and adding and adding and adding. It's insane. The Night Guard. Oh. Dude, if Disneyland had a FNAF scenario, we're all fucked. Actually, no, my question is, which Disneyland are we talking about, right? Are we talking about, like, because there's 3? Is there 3 Disneylands in the world? I think it was in Paris at 3K? Okay. Now I'm curious on this. So Disneyland. The Disneyland, for the other parks and resorts, see the brand. Under the, see Disney experiences. Here we go. Blah, 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 history, division, attractions. I'm now curious. Disney destinations, attractions, Tokyo Disney Sea, Disney Report. Blah, blah, blah. Disneyland Resort in California. I'm now curious about this, right? Because it's like, there's a lot, there's a few of them, I know that. Yeah, there's Disneyland Resort Paris. Wait, so what's the total number then? How many Disneyland in the world? There are 6 Disneylands. They're taking over, man. That's a lot. That's a lot. And not a single fucking big park here in New Zealand anymore. No, we do have the one in Rotorua, right? Fuck, I can't even remember what they're called. And then we'll need to have a time source create. Of course, already push. In Germany, Hamburg, we have Hyde Park. It's basically a place to sleep and go on roller coasters, and there's all you can eat. See, that sounds cool, right? I'm not gonna lie, I do want to go to Germany one day. Just because there's a lot of interesting attractions that they have. I mean, Oktoberfest alone is just a reason that I'd like to go, but also that sounds like a fucking nightmare for how busy it would get. But like, I'd love to go to Amsterdam. And I think that's in thing, and then also... No, it's because isn't Gamescom in Germany normally? Right? Games. There. It's in Cologne? Oh, okay. Yeah, there it is. Because I know I wanted to, like, I originally was planning this year, if I got the money, to go over to Amsterdam, meet up a few friends, and then go to Cologne, Germany. Thing. Because Amsterdam's in, Netherlands, right? Having a moment. In Germany, it's... Cologne? No, wait. I'm gonna try and remember my German. Oh, it's been too many years. Cologne? 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 Cologne. Dude, I can read it. I can't say it very well anymore. Cologne. Cologne? Yeah. The fact that I can still read, like, what is it? It's the one that's like the beta, it looks like a beta symbol, but it's pronounced as Weiss. Like, it's the weird S sound. I remember that one. Pronounce the L. Colm. Colm. That, yes, that one. Which fun, yeah, that one I remember. Because that one tripped me up for so long when I was doing German lessons. As it's like... Seconds better, okay. But yeah, like that one tripped me up so long because yeah, like I'm an English native speaker and I'm like, why the fuck does B mean Like why is B an S? What is going on? It's screwing me up. Threw me off a little bit. It was fun. It's genuinely, that's one of the main reasons I remember. It's just because it threw me off. It's the same with like a few things in Japanese. It's like certain things will throw me off and I just remember them because of that. I remember my screw-ups better than my successes, okay? I'm originally from Thailand, but I'm better in English, Chinese, and German than in Thai. To be fair, I do not blame you for that, because Thai is a very interesting, like, it's got very interesting phonetic rules to it that is definitely on the more unique side. But I'm assuming with Chinese, you mean like specifically Mandarin, or are you a bit more versed in some of the other ones as well? Because I'd assume it's like, it's typically Mandarin. Which is one that I learnt for a little while, but I only learned how to really swear in it. I can say and read 90% of Thai. Saying it is hard to me. Saying it is extremely difficult. I've tried to learn like a little bit here and there, and I've listened to people talk about it. It's definitely a language that I'd be hitting my head against a brick wall for a long time. The advantage I have with like Japanese is that te reo here in New Zealand, which is one of the indigenous language of the people before colonization, it has a very similar phonemic nature to it, with its vowels and its like just general syntaxing, which means that Japanese is a little bit more simpler to me. A lot of Asian sort of style languages that are like that work out well because the a, e, I, o, u is very similar to a, e, I, o, u sort of thing. And then the general syntax structure. It's weird to explain, but hey, write 100 messages a day like yesterday? Maybe. I mean, it's a, like, I've had it pop up many a times at this point, which is always funny when I see it pop up. Almost feel like I should actually stop it from being able to pop up because it just seems really weird to have turn up. Units. So let's have this last for 4 seconds, and then unit type doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Yeah, and arguments is what I'm looking for. There. What have I done wrong here? Got expected that. What? Ah, there. Audio's lagging, fair enough. Okay, what's the syntax error here? Show me what the syntax error is, you absolute asshole. So this is the function. This is the units. Oh, that would explain it. All right. So that should work. Do I actually have functions being handled correctly by the boss parent? Okay, having the passes run. I don't. Okay. If array length of passives is greater than 0, I believe that's what we call it, right? Enemy scripts, passives, yeah. For var I equals 0, I is, oops, I array length and Passives. I plus plus. Passives. I dot funk. There we go. Just do that for now. It's the super lazy way of doing it. We'll have better cleanup for it later. Honestly, probably don't need to have better cleanup for it, because we can have like internalized rules for it. Ooh, pardon me. So, if we go back to enemy boss list. Is there any rules that I'm missing for here? This. It's the reset effect. Cool. All right. I don't think I want the times 100 there, right? Show debug message mod value. Alright, let's go change. It is in the main controller. Step event. Be press list 1. See what happens when we try and spawn the doggo. There's going to potentially be a couple of things that we'll need to do about it. The first thing I can think of is that it doesn't reset off of main attack. Cool, okay. I've messed something up immediately. So... Unknown object HP is not set. But, okay, so is it... Oh, I see what's happened. Okay. I hate it. It's because of the way this is put into a struct, is that it's probably the cause of why it's not going like that. Oops. And then we want to go to the boss parent and we add in ID here. So now what is not going to look like the doggo boss, but as the doggo boss is going to spawn. It's going to be the diamond. The weird, like, angel from Evangelion looking fucking thing. That. So yeah, it's not gonna reset at all. Kind of funny. But yeah, okay. How long will I stream for? I have no idea today, I'll be honest. With the amount that I need to get done, I can't give an answer on that because it depends on how tired I end up getting. Like, I can say a minimum of 3 hours. After that, I have no idea. Alright. So... I could stay 1 or 2 more hours. Stay as long as you want. And enjoy what you can, because like I said, I just don't know how long I'm gonna go for. I just know that I've got a lot of work to get done. And to give an idea, let's go back to that list, eh? So if I look at this list, this is the list of things to get done. This hasn't been, so this I can't do, this hasn't been done, this hasn't been done, this has been done, this has been done, this has been done, this has been done separately. This is going to be a nightmare to do. This we can work on quickly. This is probably not going to get done today. This can't be done on stream. This is requiring me to contact the UI person. This I can probably do in a bit. This I'll need to do soon. This we've done. We'll see about this. Have done this. Haven't done this. Again, we'll see about this. Can do this pretty quickly, and then we need to sort out this stuff. I have a lot of things I need to sort out. That's the short of it. Is the game already out? I mean, the current update's out. Current update's been out. If we're discluding the thing, it was since last Monday. Then I did a quick patch on Wednesday. So that's the newest available version of the game. But it is only in early alpha. I do not think this is anything close to release. But it is in a playable state. And that's why I've been getting a lot of feedback. That's what that list is. This is feedback from a dude that streamed and a bunch of other people I know that have played it. How's it called and where can I download it? Go into the description of the video, my dude, and you'll find it very quickly. In fact, if I just go here... So this is literally the description of the thing. Continue to work on the thing. New release. You can go via that and that Twitter, and you'll see it'll link you to a itch.io. If you want a direct link, however, give me a minute. There you go. I want to copy that link for a friend. Feel free. Let them know that via Twitter or YouTube or whatever, they can let me know their feedback if they've got any that they feel like sharing. Because that's been, like, again, the big advantage I've had with the Discord that I'm part of is that while I'm an admin on there, a lot of people do like me, and a lot of people have played the game and told me what they thought, and that's why I've got feedback. And feedback fuels working on the game. It's great. Let's go. I was gonna look. I did some of the Gura stuff, didn't I? Yeah, we did that. Then X scale equals 2 and Y scale equals 2. That'll make the game look a little bit clearer. Then I was going to work on the item reflection. So kill amount is currently 30. What's the duration on this? Is it this? Duration 10. So it's 10 seconds duration? Yeah, it needs to come up. This can easily be 100 kills, honestly. Let's make it 75. Do need to come back and tweak this at some point, though. Alright. Okay, let's quickly look at Gura's water thing in game. Her passive. Because I want to see if it looks nicer. Because the idea is that you can move around with it a little bit and does the damage around you. I wish I could get that more consistent. That's always a fun meme thing there. I could give it 2.5, I think. I mean, there's always the argument I could make it so it scales with thing. Feels like her buff isn't actually purging. Okay. No, it looks like something's really wrong with that weapon then. Or that item. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something about that then. I think, yeah, that's indicating to me that it's just straight up not dispelling. And the kill amount seems wrong as well, because we didn't get it until like super late in. So I must have done the equation wrong. Okay, I'm gonna write a note about that. So I can come back to that later. Alright, close. Next thing I'm gonna do, and we're gonna be lazy with this. And don't be lazy like I am at the moment, but you know, it is what it is. So what I'm doing here is very much the incorrect way of doing something. So typically speaking, what you want to actually be doing with what I'm doing here is, how do I explain it best? You shouldn't be doing the player collision with objects that are afflicting the player. You should find the thing that occurs the least often. Like, the instance that occurs the least often should be the one that houses the collision checks. Because collision checks do require a lot of processing. I'm just being naughty with this because I'm lazy. Wish there was a better argument. Like 100%, that's actually just what's happening. This is a temporary projectile, so there's an argument there. DMG equals 0. And then go back to the list. DMG. So let's spawn this dude and see what it looks like. I also need to add the melee attack. Okay. So let's just get the good old yoink here. Where are we looking? Let's function here. Let's It's midnight and I have kids to teach tomorrow, so good night and have a good day to you as well, and I hope you have a good sleep. Have fun though. Oh. Let's see. So now that it's going to reset so we don't have to concern ourselves with the attack. I'm also going to force level myself up a little bit to be significantly stronger. I should probably pick a better character for this, I'll be honest. So, trying to think where we're at with the damage and if it's adequate enough. So it should be about, yeah, so this is about half health, so it's giving 0.3. Seems about right. Doesn't seem to be firing the projectile though, to be honest. Just give it 101% chance to occur. And sure it occurs. Shouldn't be a reason it wasn't firing though. Let's also make it bigger. So it's a little bit more clear. I think it's reasonable. And let's pick a better character, I guess, for this. Go for Aura. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be firing the projectile anymore. Okay, what am I missing then with the projectile? Yeah, it's almost like the abilities are resetting. Oh, it is. Maybe I'm just blind. Maybe something's overriding it at a point and it makes it a bit awkward. It's starting to look like that. Okay. Sorry. Stretch. There's a few things too that that's gonna have to think on. Alright. Da, 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 da. Hmm. All right. Da. Oh, dude, the fucking Devil May Cry, the Devil May Cry fucking, sorry, Devil May Cry, god damn it. Monarch has ruined me. Devil May Cry anime looks so cool, and it's really funny to have, oh, I'm blanking on his name. The guy that does the voice for Ichigo, and he also did the voice for Nero in the games. Doing the voice for Dante, it's awesome. Hey, how are you? Where am I from? I'm from New Zealand. I hope all's going well for you as well. So? Alright, I got distracted. Where is it? But yeah, no, I definitely kind of like think that's I think that's awesome. Really, really funny. Alright. Okay, sorted that out. But yeah, no, like, I thought that was really cool to see when I saw the announcement yesterday. Good old, is it Sean or Johnny or something like that? I think is his name. But yeah, it's really funny that he's he did the voice for Nero and now he's doing the voice for Dante. So, I mean, that really is just cool. And it's a great voice as well. I remember watching dubbed Bleach. Do you only know game development or something? What do you mean? Do I only know game development? Do you only know how to type in chat? That's what the level of that kind of question feels like, so I'm just querying like what is meant by that question. I mean, AI coding. I mean, I've made this game almost single-handedly, including all of its assets, which includes like the abilities, the UI, like a bit of the UI, how characters work, how everything functions, works together, visual cohesiveness. It's, if you're talking on anything I do in particular, I just do programming. Is my main thing I like doing. I hate doing art, but art's got to get done for the game. And apparently a lot of people like the art in the game, so you know, maybe I'm apparently having a bit of imposter syndrome there, from what I'm told. So That seems to be working correctly now. So what was the main attack? It was just a swipe in front, right? Swipe in front, yeah. I think I still have the SP slash somewhere. My channel logo is pretty cool. Oh, the face, the head, like the little bust thing. Yeah, I drew that fucking years ago now. I looked a lot better back then and I had a lot shorter hair. I also thought that it would be fun to do kind of a, like, cool guy look for it. How do I want to approach this? Are your hair not match? What do you mean? Like I said, I've grown my hair out a lot since I drew that because it was a few years ago. If you're talking color, then like, one, I'm in a very orangely saturated color scheme right now, but my hair is brown. Brown and ginger. Ginger flecks in the beard. I mean, do you think my face is this orange naturally? No, it's because I have a light over here that's making it worse. But it means that I don't look like I'm in just permanent darkness when you're looking at me. So it looks a little bit better this way. But no, I'm a fair bit more pale. Normally look a bit on the olive side, but I've gotten a bit of a computer tan nowadays. From not going outside as much and just working on this. But your hair is orange? What? And the logo? No, it's brown. What? Made me very confused for a second there. It's like, have I been colorblind this entire time? Because I think it's in... Is it in here? No, it's in here. Because that's the logo. To go through some folders to get that. It's in a bit of an older spot now. Maybe I should do an updated one. It's been a while. I am doing a lot more assets at the moment, so I could possibly consider it, but hey. Do I want to have a delay? Do I want to have a short delay for the attack? With this boss, I'd almost say no. I mean, we're probably going to have it as a specific animation. So it would probably just be check for point in animation. When that occurs, do the attack and move on. Unlike the attack for this one where it's holds. So we'll just have it as that for the moment. Nothing, no, don't need this, this, or this. Do you know about designs? I mean, I know about a bunch of stuff with design. Specifically, what do you mean? Like the animations? I mean, again, if you let me just finish this, I'll launch the game and I'll probably, and like I said, keep in mind everything you see I've made, including the sprites and animations. So, if you think this looks like I know anything about animations, then that's your answer. If you don't, that's fair enough, because I honestly hate this shit. I hate art a lot. Art is not my area of expertise. Is you're a graphic designer, is what you're asking? If you're asking for advice, I'm probably not the right person, though. If you're asking as a term of advertisement, I will tell you now you're not in the right place for advertising. I used to be a lot better at art, though. It's been many, many years. But, go all the way back to high school and it killed my love for art. So I hate doing my art. Regardless if I'm good or not, I'll always hate doing it. There's only like 2 frames or 3 frames on this, so I'm just gonna do -1, so it's the final one. I'm just asking. No, it's fair enough. Sorry, if I came off a bit negative there, because the amount of times I've had people act like a door-to-door salesman coming to the stream, I can't respect that approach. I understand the hustle, I just understand the need, but simply put, I feel like there's sometimes I almost want to put a banner saying I don't have money on the stream to tell people that, just simply put, I'm not going to commission anyone. If anything, I'm actually at a point where I'm more likely to ask people to commission me than I would be commissioning other people, so. But I understand the need to do that sort of stuff. Never gonna say you shouldn't, I'm just gonna say that, not the right place. But yeah, it's like my understanding and knowledge when it comes to artistic stuff is really deep, but I don't like using it as well. Like I again, when I was younger, I used to do not tournaments. I mean, I have some of my stuff in galleries and stuff, but I just, yeah, I got my love for art killed pretty heavily back in high school. Took it out back and shot it. Gotta love the teachers sometimes. But now it's weird. I've gotten to this like limbo state where I just no longer care about my own art, and it means that I can just keep working on it and keep pushing forward. And that's how I've managed to do almost all the assets for this game. is like at this stage in the last few weeks, I have made easily like over half the assets and it's improved. Show me your stuff. I mean, I'll only show the stuff for this game. I'm not going to show the too much more. But like, I've got folders here. But this game has a lot of assets, so that's a hell of a thing to try and show. Like, to give you a short idea on the assets, if we go into here and just go, say, here. Let's go with characters, player characters, go into like this character, and then we go into here. Go back out of here. I mean, like, again, the splash art's the big thing, right? If you want a better example of what I currently can kind of do. I mean, this is the... all of this art I did, and this is the splash for the game. For advertisement purposes and stuff. And some of these I'm not proud of, I'll be honest. Some of them I think are great. The one I did for Matara that's not on this yet is really cool. I like that one. But where is the Matara one again? It's... characters, player characters, Matara Khan, splash art. There you go. That was the one I did recently. She's not in the game yet, but, well, she's partly in the game. She's in one of the branches for the game. She doesn't have a running animation yet. She's just got her idol and the splash art. But yeah, like, that's the thing, is like, there's a lot of components to a game. So I had to just fill every slot that I can with stuff that needs to get done. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love to offset this. If the next game I intend on making, I'm gonna make a good solid tech demo for it. And then I'm gonna hire people, because holy shit, I'm not gonna do this shit again. At least add on Discord and send you my work just to get a review. I mean, sure, I can do that. Where is... there's a Discord server that someone made at one point. That I do not run this. I am just part of it, but this is one that someone made for me. There we go. Again, I'm just on there, so you can feel free to message me via that. I'm always willing to help people out when I can, because, I mean, the fact is I have a degree in teaching, and I intended to be a teacher at one point, so... I do still have that mentality on. I mean, I could start with, how do I do it here? This. Angle is point direction. X, Y. And then I'll just get a quick. I'll just do this. There we go. But I can't send my work on servers because I don't have permission. That's fine. Like, again, join the server and you can get my Discord from there. You don't need to send it on the Discord. And I will say this now, unless it's like the direct images, I'm not going to be able to do anything because I'm not opening links. I've done enough black hat in my time that I'm not going to do something stupid. Just in case that was a thing you were going to do. I just use that as a portal way, if you want it or not. Duration is going to probably be legitimately like 2 frames. Width can be 100, and this can be 100. And then... F1 this. Yeah, I can't do the thing for that. I could do it just I could just do a circle. Yeah, let's just do a circle. So we need radius, damage, and that's it. So, type 0, duration thing. Change this to radius equals 100. We no longer need an angle, and we can do damage equals be other dot damage times, and then we need to get the same equation from here. Other dot value. There we go. And then, since we're detecting from players thing. Let's see how that works. For testing purposes, at least. I see. So I need to make sure I have the thing for, yeah, this. Grab that. Grab that. Get rid of this. Doesn't seem to want to do that now. That's concerning. Question, what makes a VTuber game different from an anime game? That's such a good question. I guess just the contexting, right? Like this one, it's got VTubers in it, and they're all actually known VTubers. Because again, it's a fan game, so I'm paying homage to VTubers. But you could have easily reskinned a lot of those things and turned it into anime. But yeah, no, I mean, it's basically, it's a very simple argument of just, I guess, where the character's origins come from. If I wasn't using locked in, like, VTubers, like, again, Iron Mouse and such like that, then, and made, like, my own in-house reference VTubers, then yes, you're 100% right. There is pretty much no difference, other than the fact of, like, I guess, maybe if I had a story. Yeah. That's about all I can think of. This is going to be a problem, is that it's technically not, these are the correct index things. I need to make, like, this, but multiple times. The same sprite. I'm actually just going to duplicate. Yeah. So I can do this. It technically means that this will work correctly. Seems so stupid to do it this way, but it actually will work. Okay. 2 frames. This is the problem, right? Is that, like, at this point in time, it's going to be 2 frames. So, how about we go for something closer to 40 frames? Means it's like a little over half a second. Okay. I don't have an attack delay, though, between attacks. That's something that we'll need to add here. So I'm going to actually do this. I'm going to change that. So it's out of this version of it and out of that one, so we can actually have a true delay to it. So it can only attack every 3 seconds. Okay. And then I should also probably do that just as an assurance. And then, like, give this a much shorter point of time. And I might have to pull that duration back again. Okay. I think that's working as intended now. In, well, the rawest form of it. No real true assets actually added in, and the attack animation's definitely not going to stay that way. Maybe it will. Maybe I will have it as kind of like that little AoE. Doesn't seem like a bad idea to have it like that. Right. Is there anything else I can think of? Oh, it's the movement speed. The movement speed's the other thing I need to affect with this. I don't want it to be a slow, I just want it to be this value. So I have the question of, do I actually have a base movement speed and a normal movement speed? Because if I have a base movement speed, then I'll be fine. It would be enemy scripts. I have a base walk speed, yes. Okay. So walk speed is what defines the movement. No, it's because that's not going to work like that. So I'm going to have to do something weird with its application of movement speed. So with this one, I feel like what we do is we have a value in here. Speed mod equals 0. And then what I do here is I go to, so base movement speed, base walk speed, plus move speed mod, plus equals. Then Move speed mod equals ID value. No, this is not quite how it's going to have to be though, but then it would be base walk speed minus equals move speed mod. So, okay, first of all, we need to add shift Control C. This to bloody everything. Now, this is gonna have to change. So this will be, this value is what it's getting minused. So I think it's, I need my calculator again because I need to double check something. Okay, so I need to, if I do 2 times 1.3, no, that's the amount to remove. Yeah. So this is times base speed. And we do that. So now the enemy should get progressively slower as they lose health. So I'm actually going to lower its total health pool temporarily, so we can see this a little bit more in real time. So I'm going to give it 300 health. Okay, now I need to go down enough to drag it back up. Gee, I could just fucking... I would love if it fired its bloody projectile. Oh yeah, no, it is significantly slower now. So I need to make sure that the projectile's working correctly. It doesn't seem to be consistent. Don't know why it's breaking randomly though. Feel like I'm missing something. Do I not tell it ability already? Some shit? No, it should be here. I try, but I think the link's invalid. Nope. Ability triggered equals true. Triggered equals false. Why would it not be repeat casting correctly? Because this should be... Returns true of less than RNG roll. What? It's such poor wording. No. It's so confusing. What? So no, that should be guaranteed to trigger. Let's put in some show debug messages. Start playing around with this. I swear I didn't say the word. Okay, let's close this and get rid of some of the other ones. Like the state. Show state, and we don't need to show the value anymore. because we already know. This way we can make sure we see the right one. So triggered ability, cool. So it can trigger, at least initially. Wait, actually, that's a good point. Where is... It's that one, right? Yeah. 10 seconds in, and it'll trigger. Okay, so let's go to enemy boss list and raise the frequency of this to 2. So it's every 2 seconds this should try and cast. After 10 seconds. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so if attack triggers at the same time or similar timing, it breaks the pattern. There should be an else if, so it should never get there. Let's try that. That seems to be why that was causing issues. Was that it would try and attack while casting? Yeah, it's broken the chain. If ability is not ready and trigger is true, then it gets there. I'm getting concerned with this because this should all be else if statements off of each other. So these should all be mutually exclusive. If that's not happening, I will turn it to a switch statement. I mean, I could do switch statements with states. Like, that's not a horrendously bad idea. But the problem is that they're so weirdly interlocked that I don't see how that's going to work. Hello, you seem stressed. Yeah, I mean, game dev, right? Like, it's 90% of the job. But hey, yeah, welcome back. Okay, so fire's projectile, fire projectile, fire projectile, fire projectile, attack, fire projectile, fire projectile, attack, fire projectile. Oh, it seems fine. And now it's not. Why is there Romeo? Okay, shorthand is I needed a default sprite that I can use for testing bosses. I'm not even kidding. That's literally the only reason I made Romeo. But yes, I did know, like, I did consciously know that my default sprite is basically just that. So no, it's not that, but it kind of is. Do probably want to make an Evangelion reference at some point, though. That might be funny for one of the bosses. But no, this is, because I don't have the sprites for all of the bosses, I wanted to have something so I can actually work on them. This is Knife Doggo, which is actually a Dark Souls reference. Would you believe? That's actually kind of funny. I mean, I needed to make something simple, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just make simple geometry. And then I was like, you know what? Let's, instead of having a cube, let's make a diamond, because then that way I can actually have an Evangelion reference for testing. Not even kidding. This is actually like some of the rationale. My natural enemy geometry, exactly. The most important enemy of all. That is why you see the name of it's Knife Doggo. Nope, still breaks it. Why does the attack break that system? What is wrong with the way I do attacks or abilities that leads to that breaking? I'm just gonna change that to ID instead of self for safety's sake. Because that didn't seem to be happening for the other boss is the thing. That's why this is confusing. Because all I did was split this apart. Is there really enough to break it? Or is it because, like, something's failing with the selection process? I want to see if this is actually... If I see a try ability and not an ability triggered, then we know something's wrong. Well, we know something's wrong, but it's not what we want. God damn it. Okay, so it's not doing this. It's almost like this isn't getting triggered. Also, I should probably go slap the collision mesh of the sprites for the boss, the temp boss, because that has been really bugging me. Because they're squares instead of more precise frames, so it means that if I can stand here, I take damage. The reset failed. Why did the reset fail though? Try ability, trigger ability, no reset. This is gonna seem weird, but I'm gonna just check something. It's failing the reset. It's just continuously failing only on the reset. Why are you failing the reset? Are you not making it there? Now it's not getting to casting. That's concerning. Why? I'm gonna have to tell the states. Tell me what's going on. So we'll do this here, just because Alright, let's try that out. So we can see what state it is and then stuff like that, and work from there. Should be attacking, should be not. Attacking, not. Casting, not. Casting, not. Attack. It's just never turning to cast again. This is gonna just make things a little bit clearer. This is just gonna make things a little bit easier to work with. And easier to read in general. Yeah, see, it tries the ability and it doesn't seem to fire. I wonder. Try this. No. I'm so confused at this. But I think I know what might be happening. But with 100% more beard now. Hey, Milo. Yeah, no, we've had a lot of improvements to the game over the last little while. We've even had our update release, so the game's in a very good playable state. There's a few issues still here and there, and we've had those. I've collated the issues I've received, and we've worked on a fair few of them today already. But yeah, no, it's things have progressed. It's wild. Actual game, imagine. I have a feeling that I think I know what might also be happening, but I'm not sure how. So if we look at the issue that's occurring here. So we switch from walking, we reset, we try ability, we casting completes. We go to walking, we attack, we reset. And at the same time we get walk, and then we try ability. Feeling. You added some new to the game recently, or just focusing on upgrading the user experience. So we've actually got a roadmap. Well, I've not drawn it up properly. We have a loose one on the last dev video that I released for the game on the other channel. But the next update is the introduction of a large quantity of bosses and more improvements. I'm still waiting for the person that's been working on UI to get certain things done. And it's been made painfully aware to me via feedback and some things that the person needs, like I need to know where they're at so I can either offer my assistance or not. And the last thing that you just sent me earlier today, I was not impressed with. So it means that there has been like, they've gone off the original track by quite a margin, and means I need to prod in them to the direction I want. But that's fine. It is how it goes. And one of the major different versions of the same project task, that does also play a part of it. Because there is obviously like conflicting issues and stuff. There's a reason why I can't work on the UI easily. It's because the moment I try and add something, it potentially causes issues on their end, and vice versa, why they'd probably quite content not working on anything that's outside of their area. Because it's a nightmare to deal with conflicting issues sometimes. There's just been certain times where I've had to get certain things done because they need it. Okay, in that case, there's actually something else that's kind of on the list soon as well for that. Because like I need to add some stuff around bosses. I mean, that's the reason why a lot of my UI stuff that I've been doing, I've not done it on the UI object, I've done it independent. Which has given me a lot more stuff to do with it, right? Like, that's EXs and the boss health bar turning up. Those aren't actually drawn by the UI, they're drawn by those objects. But they're drawn to the UI. Or to the GUI, I should say. The GUI. There, words. Alright. I still don't understand why this is not going through right. Like, I have an idea, but I'm trying to figure out where that idea even comes in. Greater than that. Yeah, like this has got to be it. Instead of that warehouse sim I wanted to do, I'm making a vehicle framework in Godot. Yeah, a farming simulator game or yeah. Hey, that's really impressive though. Pretty cool. I think I should just do this. I have a distinct impression this might fix my problem. We will see. Or it might be part of it at the very least. That was it. That was indeed it. Okay. So, to explain what had happened there and why I'm disappointed in myself, this was getting repeated more than once. Very, very quickly it was getting a second repeat sometimes, and that would offset a lot of things and would throw a lot of values off. So certain events weren't occurring correctly. Think that should fix it for now though. Huge. So yeah, that should be an improvement. Hopefully. Making the engine sounds work properly. I don't even have the proper engine parameters implemented yet. Just a simple algorithm for now is making the car drive realistically. Yeah, I have to say this. So this is, can I actually, you reminded me of a subject that brought up recently. So I think it's the Star Wars game that came out recently. There was someone that made some criticism of that game's water physics. Going like, oh, this just shows lazy devs. So it showed the water physics, they were very basic and rudimentary at best, and then it showed some from an indie game, where like it's like an underwater indie game and the water like flows in a very specific way and all this sort of like, see, it's not that we can't do this, it's that it's blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, so can we speak for a moment on this? And this is the biggest problem with that argument. This is the misunderstanding of scope. How important are water physics in a game where you're going to see water maybe not even like maybe 1% of the time? Water physics are pretty low end. So the fact that the water looks kind of nice to begin with, already a good job. The fact that it doesn't do amazing stuff when you shoot it, okay, that's kind of sad, but is reasonable. A game that's all based around water, surprisingly, is going to have better water physics. Why? Because it's more of a core element to the game. The more important something is, the more effort gets put into it, surprisingly. This is why I think the Sea of Thieves devs talked about this, is that the hardest part of their game was the water physics. And that like made them want to quit multiple times because of how complex and difficult it is. So the moment someone goes like, why isn't this more realistic or whatever, when it's not an integral part of the game, it's like, well, that's kind of the reasoning there. Sorry, that nothing against you, Milo there, it's just you reminded me of that argument with the concept of talking about like a very specific design system, because it's very integral, but it's going to be more complex and more realistic. It's just something that really gets to me, is that sort of stuff, is because that's people wanting to bash on large-scale development companies and stuff like that for the reason of just bashing on them. No, nothing else. Like, it's like, oh, they make lots of money, so they should be able to do this. It's like, no, that's not how this works. Far from. Fuck, I wish it's how it worked. That would be incredible. So that's equivalent to going, why doesn't League of Legends have proper, intense, and in-depth water particle effects and animations for its main map when their company makes gazillions of dollars? It's like, well, that's because there's no point. It benefits the game nothing. In fact, it would detract, it would cause problems, there's more things that it does wrong than it does right by adding in something unnecessary like that. Now, we indie devs are really good at adding in unnecessary things like that because we go like, we shoehorn on a concept and make that. But that's why I say, like, If your game has it as a core element, then that's fair. You spend 4 months making your water look pretty? Good, because that makes sense for a water-based game. Same with your car there, or your vehicle driving realistically. It's like, oh, you spend ages on that? It's like, yeah, for a racing game or a farming sim game, that actually makes a lot of sense. Just make sure to remember how to flip your vehicles, because you know someone's going to find a way. They always do. They always do. Alright, so we've fixed that, and now we've kind of understood why that problem occurs, and so we can try and remember not to have that occur in the future. So that means Doggo is, like, all intents and purposes ready. So let's also fix their cooldown again. So this was like 7 before. Instructions are misunderstood. On my way to make some fluid physics for my vehicle framework now. Exactly. It's honestly, that's one of the things that I just find amazing, because it's okay in the nicest sense. That is there. The people that actually do that are the reason why like indie devs don't succeed as often as they should. It's because people go like, oh, I'm gonna keep working on this like one physics thing or this one concept, and it's gonna take me like a week to like months, and it's like, yeah, but did that actually do anything? It's like, no, but I wanted to do it. And it's like, okay, well, that's why I gave up on the auto balancer system, the like inbuilt game controller thing, because the further along we got with the improvements at the time, the more I realized that I didn't need it. I just needed to make a better system. And now we don't have it, and now we have just a more linear based structure that's just way better. I could if I wanted to add sea fishing, for instance. Yeah, no, again, you're talking farm sim game. If you told me you spend hours on vehicle physics, realistic tree felling, and water-based physics, I would not say you're in the wrong for doing a good farming sim game. Right? That's up to you, obviously, but like that's genuinely a thing. Again, that's the misunderstanding of scope. Like it's a kind of almost in a sense a terrible example to talk about the fluid physics for a farming sim game, because like that makes sense. That's why I go back to the original point of this was a complaint made against Star Wars Outlaws, is it? That one. Where it's like, oh, the water physics aren't realistic, and then I was like, oh my god, my stealth, like, Mass Effect dialogue game doesn't have realistic water physics when I see water on, like, 2 planets. If that. Oh no. The fucking horror. I'm sorry. That game has so many other things you could complain about, and that's the thing you complain about, right? You say now you do some really simple power scaling in terms of balance? Yes. I have a way more linear and simplified system for doing balance the game. Which has allowed me to be able to tweak, like it's basically, I can flick way better levers now. It means that I have to do a lot more of the balance myself, mind you, but it means that like I have more control over specific things in the game, and it means that I actually have better fail room and better success room for the player. Do I think that the system I was suggesting is still a good idea? Yeah, and I have a game idea that I would love to do for it, but not this game, I don't think. Not at this stage, at the very least, because the other problem was... So this is the main thing I talked about with it. is that what it would do is it would be too minimalistic of an improvement, or like it would be too minimalistic of a clamped range for the player, like for it to be effective, because since it's a standard concept, I need to balance the entire game around it, which means it needs to be as simple and linear, like as simple as possible to work with. It's like, okay, so I should expect my enemies between here and here, whereas like that means that basically speaking, that distance ends up being kind of like this distance, and at that point in time, shouldn't I just slap it together and remove that little room for variation? And just make other systems that do that variation stuff way more interestingly and better? That's what I was thinking, is the short answer. So it was just a scoping issue in the end. But no, I still want to do it at some point. In fact, I said as well that there's a chance if I was to ever do it for this game, I would actually want to do it as a modifier. Because then that way I can make the values for it way higher and way lower, giving way more variety and variability to it, because it's not as constant, it's not as a consistent thing. On my way to complain how the fighting in that Star Wars game works. You can punch an Imperial soldier, but you can clip through them. Seems useless component for such an action. Dude, I stand by. There is valid complaints to that game. There is very valid complaints to that game, but I think the problem is that so many people expected a more action, more action than the adventure part from the action-adventure game, because everyone was like, we see action-adventure, because I think that is actually its like main tags, but it's more adventure than action. Action is actually, in fact, more of a side thing. They very clearly put in the more energy into like the more interesting factors. The fact that you can go up and tell someone, hey, look, don't shoot me, it's okay, and then whip out your gun and kill them. It's like, dude, that's awesome. The stealth mechanics are amazing, all that. Great job of that. Everything else is a bit more on the mediocre side. And I think the point is that I'm making is that people are comparing it, because it's got action-adventure, to stuff like Jedi Survivors. Which, that's action-adventure, but that's way more combat-orientated. It's more mobility and combat. Because I guess you could make the same thing of, it's kind of similar to Mass Effect, and I know I'm gonna piss some people off with this. Mass Effect's like actual combat is dog shit most of the time. Like, straight up, I think if you actually think about it, most Mass Effect games, I've played it in like the last couple of years, it is bad. But the story, the external components of it all, oh, it's great. Hell, I had to mod, I think it's a Mass Effect 2, to make abilities be able to be used simultaneously. And it's so much better. Like, I can't understand where the leftover dev time went. Like, good story, people complain about that too. By the way, in my opinion, Lego Star Wars got low-key better combat than this game. No, 100%, right? Like, this is the thing I will stand by, is if we talk about, if we're talking about, like, Outlaws, holy shit, no, like, 100%, its combat is awful. Like, its direct combat system is just bad. It's super, like, enemies just don't take damage, and the AI isn't exactly that stellar and fun to play with. It's as bare bones as it could be, and that's kind of the point, is that, like, you're not supposed to be running and gunning in that game. The problem is that you get games like Dishonored, which are a great example of a comparison, where that game has better combat and like good stealth elements as well at the same time. But the thing is, its combat is also really, really repetitive. And it's only cool because it has those epic takedowns and stuff like that. Like, let's be honest, you only feel cool because you'll swing your sword and then you just ram your sword through someone's head all of a sudden in the middle of a combat. And if you like that, that's a great example of how to do that sort of stuff. Do I think they could have tried to do that? Yes, I think they could have definitely tried. And I agree that like it did miss the mark, but I do think the game is a lot better than the general audience is giving it credit for. But I do think that it's fair to make these complaints. It's, again, it kind of comes to that whole, hey, what is actually, what is the point of the game at the end of the day? And I think, again, people thought it was this kind of game, ends up being this kind of game. And because of that, the overwhelming opinion is much lower because the people that actually like that genre didn't get to voice their opinion as much as the general audience did. It's also the difficulty when you put something like Star Wars or any of those sorts of big label names on these sorts of things, because it just smashes it and it has expectations beyond what normally they can actually achieve. It's the big failing of a lot of shows and movies and games. So I always think it's very important to try and like keep that in mind when looking at these things. Is like, I think that's why Mass Effect Andromeda suffered so much, because they should have had Andromeda, a Mass Effect game, as its titling, because then there would have been less problems. Like, you know, they want to make a game for general audience, so why not make it balanced? Like, give them story fans some combat difficulty slider. Yes, no, that's something that we're seeing a lot more from AAA developers, and I think that's definitely a good way of approaching it. Like, giving us a, hey, the combat's going to be dog shit. Or like, okay, I'm going to say this now. I'm of the opinion that difficulty does not mean numbers. Right, so this is the biggest thing that I've always disliked with a lot of games, is that, oh, difficulty means you deal less damage, the enemy deals more damage, the enemy has more health, you have less health. Like, that is basically the shorthand of the vast majority of games. I hate that. You know, one game that I think got difficulty correct? Ghost of Tsushima. Everyone deals more damage. That is the rule. Is you, the player, and the enemy deal more damage. So the higher the difficulty, the more it becomes a game of technique and one-shotting your opponent. Counters, parries, all these, it becomes way more important. More and more and more, to the extent that you have to be good at the game to play a higher difficulty. Boom, that is how you should do difficulty. Use what your game is about as the difficulty. Oh, the game is about dueling your opponent in Tsushima's sense. Okay, make the duels more important. Make the resources we give you more valuable. Done. Not you get more number or you get less number. I mean, I come from an era where, like, I played a lot of strategy games through my life, and the vast majority of the time, the rule with those games is, how do you make the super difficult AI? They literally cheat. They get to see Fog of War, they get better production values, so on and so forth. They just literally cheat, because that's the best way to make those sorts of things. You ever play Civ? That's what they do. It's literally above the... is they get modifiers for that stuff. Yeah, I like when enemies got some optional mechanics too. By the way, I think the system shock is a good example for levels of difficulty for things like puzzles, combat, overall mission, and cyber. Yeah, no, I do think that that's a good way of doing stuff, right? Like having certain difficulty sliders. Going like, oh, okay, I want the combat to be easier, but I don't mind everything else being harder. Cool, that sounds reasonable. I mean, I also still praise Hades for its way of approaching it, because the game, so its difficulty system We won't talk about the heat system. We'll just talk about the baseline difficulty thing called the God mode that they added, which is if you die, you get damage reduction, and it stacks, and it keeps stacking up to I think it's like 40% or something. So it means that you still kind of have to play the game a specific way, but it means that those that are a little less capable of the game are enabled a little bit more. Then the fact that you can modify the game very easily and very freely with just Notepad++ or some shit like that. That's what I did. That was great. I love that. But I also will agree on one statement that gets said, and I hate that this has to be said. Not all games are made for everyone, right? That's where From Software games are a great example. They're not always made for a general audience. They're made for a bit more of a thing. Unless you play Elden Ring. Yeah, like, this is kind of the point that I was getting to. It's like, I'm okay with that game kind of being difficult. Now, Elden Ring's a bit of a different one because that was actually made for a more general audience, so they do have to do more accommodation. But Dark Souls games in general, right? Like, those games, it's fine for them to be hard. That's the point. Oh, but this game's too hard or too difficult. Where's the difficulty slider? Well, play a different game. This game's doesn't have to be for you. It's like, oh, but I want to play it. It's like, well, choose. Right? Like, the point of those games is overcoming adversity. That is the charm of them. So don't. Yeah, exactly. It's the point of them is the difficulty, the challenge, and then that satisfaction of succeeding. I've died to this one boss 50 times and I finally beat you, and you just feel so overwhelmingly happy with yourself. You feel powerful, you revel in that. That's the point. Like, I'm gonna be honest as well, I've played Dark Souls like 3 and Bloodborne and all those. You know what I did in those games? I grinded up like the souls. Very rarely did I come across a fight that was like impossible to do. Why? Because I had grinded so much that normally my stats were far too high for the area. There's so many things about it. There's different approaches that are in those games as it is to beating these things. Plus you get some achievement to brag on. Yeah, exactly, yeah. But that's why, like, I like optional difficulty with some things as well. Because that's the other thing, it's the point of these games is the fact that you hear that one person that beat Dark Souls 3 with a fucking Guitar Hero controller. You're like, okay, that's insane. It's like, not everyone's going to be able to do that. Just straight up, that's just how that is. Not everyone's going to be able to do that. It's great though, nonetheless. I mean, fuck, is it Point Crow has got his goldfish fighting Elden Ring bosses and shit. I still can't get over was it KSI, had more deaths to the bosses that the goldfish fought, and like took longer, and it's just like, that is actually hysterical to me that a goldfish managed to beat an actual human player. Is that a sign that, like, the person's bad? Yeah. That's how it is. Should they not be allowed to play the game? No. They should be allowed to enjoy the game however they will. It's just really funny. But again, that's at the end of the day, when a game is released and it's stated as that's how it should be played. Alright? Anything beyond that is up to your own discretion and beyond there. Not every game developer should bend to the whim and require to get, like, an easy mode and all that. Other games that let you actually choose the path, mechanical skill, inventory, economy, management, logic, knowledge. Not every, not only, yeah. No, I agree. I like, so personally speaking, I know this for damn well because of my experience with these games. I love, kind of almost in a sense, the JRPG format in its rawest form, because I grew up with that. I grew up off Pokemon and Final Fantasy when I was much younger, right? Like Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Pokemon Blue, Pokemon Gold, and so on and so forth. Like those games are my core things. I loved just sitting there and grinding EXP and grinding resources and all that sort of stuff mindlessly. There's a reason why I liked World of Warcraft as well. So I like seeing number get bigger by just constant meticulous effort. There's actually a reason why I play kind of like the factory sim games the way I do. Is I build really, really tall in certain ways that means that it hurts me long term, but it's just fun because I see more shit come out. And my reasoning is, if I make my output big, I just need to scale up my input for that, and then scale up the input again, and keep scaling up. And that gives me an interesting progression play style. Dyson Sphere is probably the best example of this. Is, do you have any idea how many times it's like, okay, I don't have enough energy now, need to do this. Okay, now I'm not getting enough hydrogen, so now I need to do this. Okay, now I'm not getting enough power again, need to do that. Oh, I'm not getting enough oil, now I need to do this. And then it starts getting to this point where I just find the progression from there, and now I'm intergalactic and getting oil from the next system over, and getting iron from the next system over. It's because I'm running out of iron. It's solve problems as they occur and try and minimize how many can occur at a time. And it's just fun to me. But it does mean that, like, sometimes my production just seizes because I've let the power get too low, and it's kind of funny. But I build in excess every time. That's why, like, with this code, you'll see that as well, even in a sense, that, like, I'll build stuff in a very frameworky way. That means I can just insert so much to it. See RPGs, e.g. Fallout 1 and 2. I remember I was so young while watching the gameplay and thinking, wow, this game is so rad. Yeah. I never actually played any of the Fallout franchise. I should one day. But, you know, that's a tale for the future. But yeah, no, I can see, like, the disappointment seeing Fallout early and then trying it later, and it's like, oh. But no, I absolutely love some of those things. Nowadays, it's I'd like to finally continue my motive adventures. Maybe in my own YouTube gameplay series. Hey, I recommend it. I struggle playing a lot of games now not on stream. Because, like, in a sense, I kind of like the idea of being able to go back and see what I experienced. I actually want to go back and have a little look at my, like, Devil May Cry series. And see, like, how I was thinking about that game at the time, because I can remember what I felt like through rose tint, in a sense, but I don't know absolutely what I felt like, whereas if I go back and watch, I can see what I felt like during that time, and it's interesting. It's almost like a cool reflective thing for yourself. See how much you've changed in those that time. The way you might view things, all that stuff, because that stuff changes all the time. People are not stagnant. They keep improving. Or, I wouldn't say improving. They keep changing, yeah. Showing history of gaming. Oh, yeah, no, you mentioned that one before, yeah. That'd be cool, though. I think that's an interesting idea, and I think that there's definitely, like, a really cool space for making more, like, historical stuff for gaming. In fact, I think that's actually the big mistake of the was it Stop Killing Games or whatever movement, is that I feel like they're approaching the idea of preservation of games the wrong way. And I don't like some of the arguments that they're trying to make to the situation, because I think they're not great. I'm sorry when, like, if your argument hinges on, like, for example, and this is one of the things that actually got said, if your argument hinges on, like, oh, well, this will be an easy win for them, so they will just do it, you immediately kind of turn me off from your argument. Like, that's not how you win a political argument. It's like, oh no, they'll just agree with this because they will. It's like, no, they'll research it and realize what you're suggesting is actually a really bad idea, because it's gonna lose people millions. Like, do I like the idea of a way, like a library or a space where, like, old games and stuff could be stored for just academic reasoning? Yeah, no, I think that would be kind of cool. But I do not think that every company should make their game with the full intention that it should be accessible after they decided to pull it. I mean, fuck, most of the time nowadays, you don't actually pay for a game, you pay for a license to access the game. Especially with, like, long live service model. Quote good now English. Hey, that's honestly, yeah. No, it sounds really cool. I highly, like, big thumbs up to the idea of doing that, and I hope that you have success with that. It's one of those things that I would love to see more of, that sort of stuff documented and talked about. And I will not deny that's partly coming from my, like, perspective of how I studied for my main tutor lecturer that I hung out with was an educational historian, and he was one of the only ones in New Zealand. He's retired now. He was an awesome man, and he really set me on a lot of cool paths. And we had a lot of fun discussions talking about, like, how education looked, how education is now, purpose, theory, and the philosophy around that, and it leaves so much room to talk on. So I do think, like, storing that sort of information and being able to discuss it is very important. As for the Stop Killing Games, yeah, but remember, this is a medium that is just as good, if not better, than movies or books. I'd sacrifice my soul to save the gaming. I kind of do this by... Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's a great way of doing it, because... So the argument that's being made by the people that are pushing for this is that it's like, oh, well, I played this game, say, 5 years ago, and now this game is no longer accessible in any way for you because it was server-based, it was all this stuff. We should be given all of the tools and resources to be able to privately host this with no monetization to it. It's like, there is no way to enforce that. Not easily. And what happens when a company goes under? Like, there's too many case scenarios where this would just be insanely difficult to manage and monitor. And it becomes a nightmare for developers, because then it becomes this kind of thing of... Okay, I'm gonna say this in the nicest way, but I actually worked for a place and helped set up a place like this, but it was very different. Do you know why companies don't give out free food at the end of the day when it's like food that's just they're gonna throw out anyway? It's because then you come to this expectation that you're always gonna get that. So then people stop wanting to buy it and just wait it out and wait until they have to throw it out. This is actually a very big phenomenon. So now it comes to the situation of what might actually happen is that people will actually start not wanting to play a game and letting it die so they can get access to it. Now, mind you, this is a very low a low argument. This is very, very weak, and it's not the main reason why you should disagree with stop killing games. But this is one of the many aspects of it that, like, doesn't feel like it's being considered. It feels like very much this is a very passionate group of people that came up with an idea, wanted to do something, but didn't follow through with some of the stuff that needed to be done when looking at it. There's a reason why Thor has spoken out against it. There's a reason why a lot of people have spoken out against it. It's because it's not quite right, especially when you're doing setting a precedence. This is the big thing that Thor speaks to, and this is the thing that needs to be acknowledged. Doing this sets the precedence. This means that moving forward, everything's going to reference back to that. Which means that, like, if it's a bad foundation, it's going to be bad long term. We've seen this a lot with other things. Like, it's that Rossman guy on YouTube is advocating for making the gaming corpo's code open source under ESO2 or EOS 2. I agree with the stop killing games, not completely, but like, again, this is where I come to that statement of, do I think something like stop killing games should be done? Yes, I do think that there should be something. I think it would be really cool, but I do not think that the current version and the current people pushing for the stop killing games initiative are the correct things. I think there needs to be, it needs to be taken back to the drawing board and thought about differently. But it's the big, there's so many problems with how people perceive some of these things. Like, do I think that there should, like, that games should have kind of a lifetime thing where you can find them somehow and there should be something? Yeah, maybe after a certain amount of time, after licensing and things, right? Like, I feel that, like, there should, I mean, there's that case of, there's media libraries where TV and movie are cataloged for safety's sake in specific library environments, completely independent of things, and it's primarily that's because they fall out of licensing and they can do that. Do I think that that would be cool for games? Yes, I think that would be great for games. Do I think that means that you should, like, do I think after, like, maybe 10 years of a game being gone, that it should go to one of those sorts of places? Yeah, no, I think that would be a better approach. Still not quite the right answer, but, like, that would be moving in the right direction. Because then, if you're giving a game that's 10 years old, that's fallen out of license, mind you, I'm going to keep that statement there. It's fallen out of license after 10 years, then it's there. That's probably because that means that there's a lot that you could learn from it if you pull it apart, all these things, and it's less impactful. Now, the problem someone's going to say is like, well, what about Skyrim? It's over 10 years old. Yeah, that's why I say license. Skyrim's still an active license. So that's where I personally would think that could be something that could be worked with, something around that kind of concept. I think that would be a cool way to do it. But I do think that that's one of those ones where I feel like you'd need a room of people thinking with very different concepts and ideas, being able to play around with this, that are far more academically minded in this space to work with that. Imagine that there's an Xbox One in my local library, audio video. That would be kind of cool. I mean, we used to have games for PC and all sorts back in the day at the library. And then you also had like Video Easy and shit to rent your games. You have any idea how much that's how I played like a lot of my PlayStation 2 games? That and bargain bin at EB Games. But no, I played like multiple games via like video rentals. Which I think that's another misunderstanding, is that like we've basically gotten to the stage where online is now just Video Easy. Is that's what you're doing. You're paying for a long-term rental and then they will ask for it back at the end of service. A lot of people don't like the fact that they don't own the games that they have, and I think that's kind of fair, right? Like there's a aspect to that, but that's why it's like, well, buy a physical copy. Oh, there's not a physical copy? Well, make physical copies more feasible then. I don't know. Like, hell, this game's going to probably suffer if Steam disappears, because it's going to be Steam integrated. That's going to be how the multiplayer is going to handle. So what happens if, like, Steam disappears or I stop backing up a lot of stuff? It's like, it's going to eventually just die and disappear. Oh, no! It's like, well, you had it, you played it, you had fun. But do I think there should be a way of archiving? Yeah, I think it'd be nice to archive. At least for academic purposing. That's my big thing. It's the same with like a lot of other texts. There's a lot of books out there that are not in most libraries, but are in very specific ones, like academic ones. Do I think those libraries should have better access? Yes, I do think that they should have wider access and more general access globally. That'd be cool. But now we're starting to get into much larger scale issues than just stop killing games, right? And it doesn't help that a lot of people are also kind of part of the oh, this might stop live service model, and people are going, yay. It's like, no, don't do that. Live service model, there's a reason why it's successful and good. There's a research commission that discovered that games piracy actually boosts the sales. Yes. No, piracy is, while not something I'm going to condone, it is a lot better than people make it out to be. It's actually, the people that don't like piracy take it as a moral argument. The people that use piracy, it's normally a service issue. But yeah, no, nowadays, there is a lot more people that are willing to get a game, test it out. Like, that's the thing, is that's the same reason why YouTube's really good, right? You get to watch the game play, and then you can decide if you want the game or not. I probably wouldn't have bought Ghost of Tsushima if I hadn't watched a person play it first. And I only watched them play up until the moment where you could use the wind waypointing for the first time. At the moment I saw that, I'm like, nah, I want to play this game now. And I stopped watching. But yeah, no, generally speaking, piracy is something that's nowhere near as bad as some people make it out to be. And majority of the time, it's a service issue. Like, I've talked ad nauseum in recent time about this, but like New Zealand's a great example of that, because all through up until like only maybe the last 10 years, New Zealand's been horrendously bad for being behind. And like, when I say behind, I mean really far behind. Like, a show would be 5 years late coming here, if it even came to TV. And that's not like, oh, what's equivalent to cable, which is Sky here, bought it and a thing like that. It's like, no, it's because they just the license never came to New Zealand. And it sucks. It's the same with anime. Anime gets hugely blockaded coming into New Zealand, because the main distributor of it holds on to a lot of it with an iron grip and never gives it to anyone. And it means that, like, we literally have no way of watching a vast majority of shows. And you go, oh, what about Crunchyroll? Crunchyroll is affected by that licensing. New Zealand sucks ass for watching anime. And it has for ever. I know it can be bad, but what can they do down? Like, it's one of those aspects of if you're one of those people that just like, oh, I'm doing it because I don't like the corporations and all that sort of stuff. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to agree with you on that. You're just kind of being a bit of a dick then. But if you cannot afford to do certain things, you shouldn't be locked out completely. Like I've said this before on my, like, in relation to this. If I make a game that is absurdly priced and is not affordable in countries and all that, and because of that it ends up getting pirated, that is my own fault. Because at that point in time, that's not me looking at the way to improve that situation. That's why I appreciate Pirate Software. He explained how he approached it. Is he takes the region and gets the average rental price and then bases it off that. So therefore, like, it's actually priced to the living costs there, not to the just conversion number. So it's a huge difference. When you do that, immediately the sales went up. Alright? That's kind of the point. People will spend money if you make a good product and they feel like they want to support you. A lot of people will find a way to do so. Hell, there's a lot of bands out there even that have openly stated they don't mind their music getting pirated because it means that the people can listen to their music. I think Red Hot Chili Peppers were one of the ones that said that, as an example. So they didn't mind it getting pirated because people could enjoy their music. And that's something that they liked more. Don't get me wrong, they want to be able to live and eat, but at the end of the day, like, that's kind of that, right? They got enough money. Hell, those like bands at that size and caliber, the majority of the money they make isn't from like album sales, it's from tours, right? And advertisement. Selling the license out, stuff like that. That's where you make a lot of that money. So they don't get like 100 or so CD purchases that they might have gotten before, otherwise from people that were never actually going to probably buy it anyway. Oh well. Alright, I'm probably going to call it here, because I have been going for... is that 4-5-ish hours now? So I'm going to start wrapping up soon. I'm the type of person that is too broke for new games, but I can buy it if I really like something. Retro games are absurdly No, I 100% agree with that, Miller. Right, like it's not a bad argument, but to give an idea, in New Zealand, a AAA game for its base cost is $100 here. Nintendo titles have pretty much never been under $80 here. It's rough as hell. Pokemon is like a $100 game. And if I said that to someone, they'd look at me like I'm a fucking lunatic when they're from overseas. Will I be streaming tomorrow? No, tomorrow is one of my days off. I'm going to be taking tomorrow off, and then I'll be back on Monday. So, yay. Well, Monday for me, it's Sunday for most people. Oh, time to stretch and relax. Oh, but yes, I think we'll wrap up there. My voice is starting to go. Alright, thanks for the discussion. Hey, I'm always willing to go through one of those sorts of discussions. I think it's really, really good and important for people to kind of be able to discuss those sorts of things in a meaningful way. Because otherwise you end up getting, like, feeling like your voice isn't heard, or you have a wrong opinion, or all sorts of things. You need to learn how, like, to bounce your idea around, how to express your own opinion, and not be a bigot while doing so. That I was talking about a Half-Life 1 big box. Oi. That's a bit of a yikes. Alright. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye.